Hey X2, hello. Hey JeroQ, hello. Hello everybody. Wait, you're on YouTube. I was saying, wait a second. Why can't I see the message in the other window? But then I realized that I have YouTube re-enabled, except that it still breaks after half an hour, and I don't know why, and it's so fucking annoying. The problem is that I think that the only solution for this problem, like I guess I could try to investigate this problem further. But at the same time, I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to just uh, I don't know, wait for the new fancy networking stuff to come to Zig so that I don't have to, because it's just gonna fix itself basically. I don't know. I don't know. In any case, yeah. In the meantime, you know what we can do? We can make websites. That is definitely something that we can do. So let's go do that. This is a website programming stream. After all, I'm VP of Community at the HTML at the HTML/CSS Foundation, and yeah, we make websites. That's what we do. Hello, Shinx. By the way, I know that I still need to reply to you. I haven't forgotten. Apologies for the delay. Please be patient. I promise 100% that I will get to you. No, it's not a token refresh thing. I did all the token refreshing that is necessary that we have to do. It's something else that poops itself in my Zig program. No, don't worry, you weren't. I'm sorry. I just so the reality is that it's not like I have a incredible amount of correspondence to go through every single day. Not at all. But I have a constant flux that is big enough that I accumulate constantly, like emailing fatigue. And if I don't pace myself, I burn out. I've experienced this already multiple times. So I know that the only way for me to be able to like, I don't know, have maximum efficiency, like not keep like going and stopping, is that I have to limit the amount of correspondence that I do every day, and that forces me to do prioritization. Um, so unless something is like time sensitive, uh, then you know, well, you get the idea. So, but I promise that I will get there. Apologies. It's just that I don't know. I'm a software developer, man. I have too many emails. I just need strategies to handle them because otherwise I'm gonna get overwhelmed. Again, it's not like an insane amount. I am sure that out there's like proper like managers that are like constantly under orders of magnitude more emails than I am, and they can survive. So like yeah, but in any case, it is what it is. Good thing that I'm fine doing websites, because otherwise, doing websites would be another problem. Okay, so no events scheduled yet. No upcoming events. Event. Okay, let's give it a nice title. So this thing does not have a title. So H2. Actually, this needs to be an H3, I think, technically. No, we are the Milan page in this context. So it's if the base name prefix page. Page dot title. There we go. We have a title. Give me a clock emoji. Not an alarm clock emoji, a wall clock emoji. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if what I'm doing makes sense. We'll see. Maybe I should first do the title, right? So let's style event title. I think we can do it like this. Yeah. That is a very strong yellow. Maybe we can make it more muted a little bit. That doesn't seem a bad idea. Also, details can be made more colorful, I think. Yeah, this color is a bit too strong. So is there some color palette website? I don't know if palette is the right word though. Manage cookies. Why do you fuck you and your cookies? God damn it. Upload an image, try image, create a custom one. Can I paste it? Analogous. Triadic. Complementary. Monochromatic. Oh god, I can't even tell the difference between these two yellows. I can. So my monitor is shit. I have a very shitty monitor, but even if I look at the better monitor, I cannot tell the difference between these two colors. Oh, so that's how we make it more light. Maybe that's what we do. Yeah, 99 seems decent. Okay, that doesn't seem bad. Or rather, the title. I mean, the rest of this box is not the greatest. Yeah. So how do we deal with this stuff? The address kind of sucks is a thing. Oh, you know what we should have, I think? Um some kind of grid. Maybe a table? Should we have a table? We should have a table made that says like clock and then this thing and then like a map, an address, well like the pin thing that tells you where. Maybe a table is not such a bad idea. A definition list. How do those things look like normally? That that is actually a very decent way of structuring it. That's not what I had in mind, visually speaking. And I think we might not be able to get the look and feel that we want if we structure it this way. But at the very least, we can attempt it because we can see how it looks like. So it's DL outside and then DTDD. So it would be DL, DL, and then DD. This would be the DD. No BR, no BR, DD. How do you style this thing as a grid then? I don't think you can style this as a grid, can you? Make the DL the grid. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Just so that we are on the same page. So here's what I had in mind. The idea was to do something like this. Um, something like this. So here's the outer box. Here's the title. Here's the button. And my idea was to literally create a thinner. So can we thin something like this with, I don't know, clock emoji and wait, no, that doesn't look like that normally. Uh, Jesus. Okay, you get the idea though. And so this is like I don't know, May 7, and then I don't know, uh Fubar. Well, you get the idea. So that's what I had in mind. I don't know if it's a good idea. So I might try it out and then change my mind. But can you do this with DTDD? I typed it. There's 10 rocks. What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Sorry, I don't understand what you're suggesting. Oh wait, was that page you were saying view source of that? But there's nothing. Oh, never mind. I see. There's an example of DL grid at the bottom. You're talking about this one? Well, these ones? That is a table that I'm seeing there. Do I need to squeeze this to see anything different? No. You mean these guys? Oh, okay. It's done by creating a grid, which technically is also what we want. It's a grid. Oh, okay. Let's see how it goes. So yes, like when I say grid, it's like a grid element. Uh, no, it's not a grid element. It's a grid layout. Yeah, let's try. I don't remember how this stuff works. How to flow. Fucking grid being giga complicated for no reason. Well, no, maybe it has a reason, but it's still giga complicated. So how to flow dense. How about this? Yeah, this is not really doing shit, huh? So it is grid, but I'm not. I'm fucking it up super hard. There was like a. There was a website that had like a nice grid. Not the, I think it's this one. How is W3C School always the one on top? It's insane to me. It's turbo ass. Okay, let's see. Track size can be a length, a percentage, or a fraction of the free space of the grid using the fraction unit. More on this unit over a digital ocean. Okay. Line name, an arbitrary name of your choosing. Grid template areas. Grid template. FR units. Fractional units. Sizing keywords. Align items. Subgrid. Repeat. Hmm. Grid template columns. Max content one fraction. Ampersand H2. I don't think we have to worry because the H2 it's outside the DL. The D grid column 2. Okay, give me a sec because I need to get used to some of this stuff on my own. Sorry. Grid layout, let's see. Oh, so grid is a shorthand for all the other ones, okay. Using grid, you specify when axing using grid template rows or template columns. You then specify how content should auto repeat in the other axis using the implicit grid properties. Grid auto flow. I think we kind of want this to some degree. Although 1, then 2 goes here, and then 3 goes up. Like what? $200 peaks over autoflow. Does this do anything here? Not at all. But here you're giving grid column, grid column. Okay. I think, okay, I'm slowly starting to understand. It's going to take me a while though. So not quite there yet. Details. DT. DD. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this stuff is actually, it's decent. It's kind of decent. We can also do grid inline, I think. No, we can't. Never mind. Location pin emoji. Now watch the fucking um watch the fucking emoji committee, like Unicode committee, completely disappoint me. Oh my god, they don't have an emoji for like address emoji. They don't have the map pin. They have this thing. Oh no, they don't have. I guess it's kind. I don't know. Is it like copyrighted or something? The other one. I guess we can have that one. That's fine. I guess. Yeah. Wait, where the fuck is the styling? Nth child. Oh Jesus. I don't think I can. I don't think I can style them the way I want, because if I give it like I don't know, like an upper border, then it's gonna. I don't want the outside border. I just want the inside border. Although to be honest, I would like for that to touch the outside. Well, in any case, I think I have to do this because again, because I don't want the outer border. I just want the inner one. So event date, we want to yeah, inner. So we want here border bottom 1px dotted white, and then border right 1px dotted right, and then event uh the details. Basically, we want to copy the border bottom. See what that looks like. This is not going to be correct because we have a gap here. Is this a gap, a margin? It's a margin, right? The DD has a margin. There we go. Yo, hello, ending with Ali. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another totally Zig stream. It might look like I'm doing CSS right now, but it's Zig. Maybe not. Maybe it's actually CSS. I'm sorry. I'm making a Zig-related website, and I'm trying to make it. Well, maybe nice is an overstatement, but I'm kind of trying to make it like reasonable. And so, yeah, we're getting there. Since people are raiding, I'll give you like a quick overview of what's going on. You've never seen Zig before, okay? So if you've never seen Zig before, well, I don't know if I can convince you because it depends on what you're working on normally. But here's the, I don't know, maybe not pitch, but like, what is Zig? So Zig is a lower level programming language. You do manual memory management, but in exchange, you get a ton of control over how your program works. And it's not as, annoying and weird and problematic to use like C. So it's more modern, a lot more modern. It has very fancy metaprogramming. There's a thing called com time, which is basically it's superior to macros. I don't know, depending on what people are used to, like macros can mean like C-style macros, where it's like search and replace, and then you have a ton of like bad surprises afterwards. Or if you're used to more like Lisp, you have Lisp macros that are very fancy. I would argue that Zig com time is superior definitely to C macros, but also to Lisp macros. Lisp macros are more versatile than com time in Zig. But you can also create mud pies with Lisp macros. And comp time is basically, comp time looks like the best, like what you do with comp time is what you're doing in Lisp if you're doing good metaprogramming in Lisp. In any case, so why would you care about this type of programming language, right? So it has some Golab vibes. In terms of simplicity. So where is it that this type of programming language is worth the effort? You write Golang for work? Okay, so if you can do Go, you can totally switch to Zig at some point. There will gonna be, it's not gonna be a effortless transition. There is some extra effort that you put in, but it's not insane. And depending on your goals, it might totally be worth it. So let me give you one specific example of where a programming language like Zig would shine. And I'm gonna give you an example where doing the same thing with Go would basically actually force you to either put more effort in, or more in general, it would lead you to a worse solution than what you can do with Zig. So a while ago, I was writing let me start from the beginning, I guess. So I have worked on recently on a static site generator. A static site generator takes your markdown, takes HTML templates, renders the markdown into your HTML templates, and creates a static website for you. So here you can see this is a static website that I've generated using my static site generator. If you used Hugo, so talking about Go, if you've used Hugo, the one that I made is very similar to Hugo because it's inspired by Hugo when it comes to project structure especially. But then I have changed a lot of things compared to Hugo. Most specifically, I really don't like the Hugo templating language. And so I made my own templating language. And my own templating language is basically designed to be valid HTML. So like in Hugo, you can do stuff like this where you don't treat HTML as structured content. You just treat it as text, and then you template this text, and you kind of hope that at the end of the day, what ends up in the output is well-formed HTML. In my case, I'm using a different approach where I'm basically saying that my templating language is HTML with fancy attributes that implement the templating logic. The upside of this is that you can have tooling around this stuff, and the tooling makes it's easier to make, and it makes more sense it's easier also to not only to make but also to use as a user when your HTML is supposed to be well structured every single time. As I was doing this, I discovered that there was no HTML language server. Before I wrote one, there was no HTML language server out there at all. There are ways for you to get syntax errors in HTML. You have linters. You can use a proprietary editor like what's it called, WebStorm from JetBrains. That one will tell you when you write wrong HTML. But I challenge people here in chat to open VS Code, create a new HTML file, and in your HTML file, you put something deliberately wrong. And I can tell you, by the way, as I was implementing this stuff, I read the HTML spec, so I can tell you with confidence what is wrong HTML. Because, we all know that HTML is very lenient, and also when it's wrong, it's not wrong because the browser recovers. But for example, if you close a tag that you never open, so like if you close a span that you never open, it is 100% wrong HTML. The browser will survive, but it is wrong HTML, without a doubt. Write that in your VS Code editor, and you will not get any red squiggly line. Nothing will tell you that is an erroneous end tag. So, as part of the work for making my static site generator, I ended up creating a language server called hilariously enough, I don't have it installed in here. Well, no, it's not hilarious. It's not installed because I was using VS Code to debug the extension. So when you're debugging the extension that you're publishing, you don't want to have it installed usually. So super HTML, if you type super HTML in the VS Code extension marketplace, yeah, you get access to my language server. And this language server is basically the HTML parser that I had to write for my language server, just packaged as a language. For my static site generator, just packaged as a language server, and it gives you diagnostics for normal HTML files. And it also has auto formatting and a bunch of other stuff. So here's one cool thing. First of all, you want this thing to be as efficient as possible. So you want this thing to be instant at analyzing even big HTML files. And if you're using a high-level programming language, you're not always going to be able to get that type of performance. I would argue that probably Go is still fine. Like in terms of pure performance, you can probably write this entire thing in Go and get good enough performance that it's not a problem. But here's where things get interesting. So the extension for VS Code, the first one that I published, like version 0.01, required you to install the extension, and then it required you to install the language server CLI tool. So you had to go to GitHub, download the CLI tool from releases, and install it and make it available in path, because the VS Code extension would need to invoke it to start the language server, to do auto formatting. Why? Because I implemented it in Zig and I didn't implement it in JavaScript. But VS Code can also run WebAssembly extensions. So because it's Node, it has V8 in it, it has also the ability to run WebAssembly. So what happened is that after I implemented it, I was able to bundle a WebAssembly copy, a WebAssembly build of the language server, and bundle it into the extension. So now when you download the extension, you don't need to download anything else, because the extension has everything already inside of it. And the interesting thing here is that basically I was able to take my implementation, my code, and package it for WebAssembly. Here I have wasm.zig, and wasm.zig is like it's a main function that immediately calls into the LSP implementation. And the only thing that changes is that I'm passing in a wasm specific memory allocator, which is also in the standard library. That's the only difference compared to the normal native executable. So long story short, I was able to get 100% code reutilization. Though there is nothing specific to WebAssembly anywhere in the code base except for line number 7 in this file, and it just works. And there is no compromise because, for example, if you tried to make a WebAssembly blob with Go, you can do it. It works, but your WebAssembly blob will have the entire Go runtime in it. So it will create a pretty chunky WebAssembly module. And in general, WebAssembly from Go is not the best, in good part because Go requires a runtime, which Zig doesn't have. So long story short, when doing this kind of work like dev tools, if you want to get serious about it, it pays off to use a lower level programming language. And it's not, particularly more insane than using Go. You have to do things differently. I will tell you, I used to be a professional Go developer. I like Go. I don't hate it. But I can tell you that there are some things that you do in Go that are considered idiomatic that I don't think are actually necessarily, the right thing TM. They're fine if you do them in Go. It's the reasonable way of making things, of doing things, but it's not always the best way of doing things. One example is that in Go, you tend to do a lot the thing where you use strings as errors, and every time an error bubbles up, you like wrap on it more context as a string that you append. That is sometimes not optimal, for example, and that's one thing that you have to do different in Zig. But in general, if you're doing not web development, if you're doing developer tools development, it does pay off to use a tool like Zig. Well, end of my TED talk. Come on, why am I not seeing this? Oh, it's because it's event address. There we go. Oh, the H3 has a margin, and the event button also has a margin. It does. No more margin there. Well, actually, no. 5 pixel, I think, is fine. Okay, I like this. Clearly, this needs padding and other adjustments, but we're getting there. See, there's a suffering from CSSL. I don't know. This is not hell for me. It's like I'm getting where I want to go bit by bit. I mean, I put that margin there myself, so I'm now taking it out and making it what it needs to be. Yeah, it's not that bad. Do I love CSS? Not really, but you can work with it. So in DT, we want padding. There we go. In DD, we want padding. I think we also want like, I think we have also questions with regards to vertical alignment of text, but let's increase font size first. Whoa, 2, a bit too much. 1, that's what it was before. 1.2. This should not squish the other thing to the left. Can we do vertical alignment? I don't think we can. This stuff, vertical alignment, I've never seen it work like correctly once in my fucking life. Hello, package main. But let's try. Yeah, it just doesn't do anything. That is annoying. But you know what? It's fine. Vertical alignment only applies to table cells. Oh. We can put that to the test, you know? So we can give DD the table cell display and then the vertical alignment on it, but no, it doesn't work. Okay, so what else should we do here? I'm not sure if I want the vertical thing though. Let me take that out. Oh, you know what we should do it? I think it's like this. We do dotted vertical and then the horizontal we do solid. How about this? Ah, I'm dumb. Yeah, instead of white, we can also do pound sign CCC maybe. A, something like this. Yeah, I think that's fine. Also padding for DD. Let's do 10px, 20px. Let's see how that looks like. Yeah, that does not seem a bad idea. I think we can have the details also have a bigger font size. Why is this not being applied? This one takes precedence over this? Huh? Honestly, this is not bad. The prior one has more details. I just assume that, you know, an ID, a rule that mentions the ID of the element itself should take over. But I guess, well, no, the previous one has an ID, but it's the parent, and then it's It's basically, I don't know. What is this website, Dirt and Rocks? God damn it. It's fine. It's fine. I can also imagine that there's like computational concerns for implementors. So yeah. Okay, so I wish that this font could be as big as it can be. Okay, what can I do something dumb? This never fucking works, but can I do something like 100%? What does that mean? Nothing. Because here's the problem, right? I do want this to be bigger, but I also would like this to make sense when we squeeze the page. And there's just no way of making this happen. There. Also, I would like this to have like a max height of 2 lines and then do ... if it overflows. Although no, you know what? No, not really, not necessarily. But that also means that there is no way for us to keep these images vertically aligned. Well, these texts. Oh, I guess we could make them. We could do vertical alignment correctly. Now that you think about it, we could do vertical alignment correctly if we wrap them in a span and then we gave some like flex to the DD, and then it would work. But you know what? I think this is already okay. CW. Hello, Corey. I don't know what unit of measure is CW. Well, CW doesn't seem to work. It's another thing. It seems. It's okay. I'll keep it as is. So, okay. So I think this is fine, honestly. I think this is fine. Let's make details more yellow. So buttons is buttons A is a 333. Can I do 3333? So this should be the same color. It is. And then 99. 54. I don't fucking know what I'm doing. How do we make a dark yellow? Yellow shades, picker or something. I have no idea what I'm looking at. I do C++ render dev. Is this a website? It is a website. So I can give you a quick overview, Corey. So I'll give you the super short version, okay? Super quick. So get ready. I mean, you're a C++ render dev, so you can pick up on this stuff quickly, I'm assuming. I work at the Zig Software Foundation. We make the Zig programming language. If you like C++, then you're fine. If you don't like C++, if you like the work that you do, but you don't really love C++, then maybe Zig could be interesting for you. It's a big departure from what C++ does. It's more similar to C in some ways, but it's not as, you can't do abstraction with C pretty much. I guess the Zig take is, with C, you can't do enough abstraction. With C++, you do too much abstraction. Zig is an in-between in some ways. This is like very hand-wavy. Obviously, there's like a ton of other things to keep in mind. But in any case, so it's a lower-level programming language. And I made a static generator, a static site generator with it. So you give it Markdown, you write your content in Markdown, you write HTML templates, and the static site generator renders everything and makes a static website for you. If you use something like that, you go Hugo, Gatsby, Jekyll. It's one of those things. Astro. Um, yeah, it's one of those things. This one is super fast though, and I made a bunch of websites with it. So, for example, the official Zig website is a static website written in Zine. And so now I'm getting back to what I'm working on today. So I'm making a website for organizing Zig meetups, a specific type of Zig meetup called a Zig Day, which is like full day collaborative programming events where you don't go to listen to a talk like you normally do to a meetup in a meetup, but instead it's more like you meet ideally in the morning and you basically spend the entire day working on stuff together and chat. You don't have necessarily to program all day, but it's a different kind of event. In any case, I'm making a website for all of these things, and so the website needs to tell you about upcoming events. It needs to tell you about other stuff, etc., etc. So that's basically what I'm doing. And so I'm using my own static site generator, and that's why you can see that's what it's giving me live reload. But yeah, right now I'm working on CSS and stuff. Okay, so here we have this. All right, I wanted to see what to do with the details button. I don't know, man. I really do not know. I have no idea what I'm doing color wise. So basically, 3333 is more blue. So when we had FF, actually, let's do this up here. So we had FFFF, that's very yellow. What if we had AAAA? 9999. I think that is how we do less intense yellow, isn't it? But then why is I think I'm actually doing it right. Make the button black like the background. No, I do want to make it. What do you mean? I do want it to stand out because you click it and then you see the event details. So yeah, I do want people to click that. And never mind the fact that now it blinks to a yellow. That's not what I intended, not what I wanted to do, but I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what we should do with this button. One thing though is that look at how the L and the S like even almost glue together. So this font is absolutely S. So whatever font we are using for titles, I think we should also use for that button. That is for sure. So we definitely want Verdana as the font for that button. Okay. Bold. see more details. Okay. Okay. All right. You know what? I'll take it for now. I think this is like this is. I'll consider it done for now. So we have the event title. We have more details. We have we now need to style this page. And yeah. So let's style this page a little bit. You know what? I wanted to do something dumb with page transitions. It's an API that I don't love, but I want to get funky with it a little bit. So here's what I want to do. I want to do this. Let's take a look at how web transition works. Web transition API. Show me this as thing and how it works. Using the web transition API, yes. In the case of cross-document transitions, so yeah, there's an SPI version of it. I don't even know if it's implemented, but we don't want that. We want the multi-page transition version. So it's triggered by initiating navigation to a new document. Both the current and the destination documents of the navigation need to be on the same origin. That's our case. And opt in to the view transition by including a @view transition @rule in their CSS with a navigation descriptor of auto. Okay. On the current old page view, the API captures snapshots of the elements that have a view transition name declared on them. Okay, let's start looking at this stuff. Copy. I'm going to put this in index. And the plan is to basically turn the map into the banner. Let's see if that works. Actually, do they occupy the exact same position? Because if then I don't want to do it. They do not occupy the same exact position. So it might be fun to have. Okay, let's see how it works. Okay, so then the API captures snapshots of elements that have view transition name declared on them. Okay, so I'm gonna say that map has a view transition name. Okay. And then the navigation occurs between the current and the destination documents. Animate from opacity 1 to 0, and the new snapshots animate from opacity 0 to 1, which rates a crossfade. Okay. Okay, so we basically want to do this and this. Also in location as HTML. With transition auto, and then banner gets with transition name header. Okay, let's watch this train wreck happen. It works. Check this out. You see, it's kind of subtle, right? But you see that basically it's the map turns into the banner. And I think that we can even animate it as a zoom, which is kind of cool. If we animate it as a zoom, you get the concept of zoom. We're like, zoom. Let's see if we can do this thing. fucking Google, man. They are not doing anything good for the web, but boy, do we have cross-page transitions, huh? Let's see, customizing your animations. Giving a default smooth crossfade animation. Height and width transitions have a smooth scaling animation applied. Position and transform transitions have a smooth moment, blah, blah, blah. You can modify the default animations in any way you want using regular CSS. Target the from animation with column view transition alt and to animation with view transition new. It's recommended that you target the group with such styles in case you want to apply them to... I'm not following. Defining custom animations and applying them to all the root. And yeah, that's what I want to do, right? Yeah, I basically want to do this. I want to do this. Grow X, shrink X. Transform origin. Animation, linear both, shrink X. I think we want, I guess, an animation that does skating or something. What's the simplest version of these weird stuff? Move in, move out. So we certainly want to have move in and move out because we need to have well, we need to animate between the two pages, right? Okay, so let's go back to index. So move out. I don't know. Let's see what happens here with this stuff. What the fuck is going on? I mean, yeah, it's happening. Also, I expected it to be to work the opposite way, but yeah. Y to Z. No, you're joking. That there is no way this is gonna be enough. There is just no way. Also, this cannot be a root. It needs to be the actual. Well, Z is not doing it. I don't think it's a translate of this kind. I think it has to be a. I might be wrong, but I think it needs to be a some kind of scaling thing. Scaling plus clipping. Also, we can't do that to root. We have to do it to the correct thing, right? How do you animate the correct thing? How do I specify the right thing? Figure dash caption. I guess that was the name, right? Yeah. So this needs to be header. Okay, so but it's an op right now. And then now we need to do this in the right way. Let's do it with let's go back to Y for a moment. Yeah, it does, but let's see, transform and scale 0.5. Perspective. Well, is perspective a thing that works with translate Z? Let's see what translate Z does. Translate 3D. Well, let's try. I have no idea what 500 pixels means in this context, if I have to be honest, but there is something weird happening, but hmm, no. Let's try. Um, I am not confident that the numbers that I put in make any sense, but whoa, that was kind of it. Except the opposite. So we were triggering this move in. That's kind of the idea. Yeah, we also need opacity. That's kind of the idea, though. So Milan needs to become, the banner needs to become small. We're zooming out and we're zooming in into the map. But I think the map needs to go from big to small. Except that it needs also to be clipped. Maybe the transform Z is not a bad idea. Like, out of curiosity, well, let's try to put it here, can we? We're gonna play it as a filter, right? Is that a thing? Am I? Oh. Wait. It's unclear what this is doing. We probably need a perspective, I guess. Hmm. I think something might be changing, but not really. No. I think the only problem, the only thing that I'm missing is clipping around the original bounds. Um, because I think that the original, I think that this, if I remember correctly, scaling doesn't forget the original box, and you can apply clipping to it, I think. How do I scale? Let me double check. You know what? I think it's time. It's time. Gemini, come to me. I also have a paid account. Well, I have a paid account where I can do this. Brand account. This is YouTube. I guess I'm just not logged in with the other thing. It's fine. Fuck it. Uh, The original bounding box? I don't know. Maybe this thing will understand what the problem is. Let's see if AI is good or ass. Develop the nested element overflow hidden solution. I think this motherfucker might be onto something. So we do. It's suggesting to do overflow hidden on the parent. This is pro. So that is maybe a little bit problematic because we also have Flexbox involved, and Flexbox makes these things more complicated. So the problem here is that this image doesn't have a parent container like of this size. We could give it one. The problem is Flexbox. Flexbox fuck that stuff up a lot. Like I can promise you that if we did copy everything one to one, we would get that effect. Let's try to. What if we gave to the image itself overflow hidden? I mean, out of curiosity. Although, wait a second. That actually the image is not a problem here because the image always goes from small to big. What we want is. Wait a second. It's not the image that we want to worry about. What we want to worry about is index, and the map is a div. And we could totally put the map in an outer div. Maybe. I said totally, but I'm not sure because body is also flex. So we might have the same problem there. What happens if I give body overflow hidden? Out of curiosity. Yeah, it doesn't. So what I'm trying to do is, you see how this map starts very big? How this map starts very big and then becomes small. I would like to have that effect. Let me put it this way. Wait. I would give a delay to an animation. Yeah. Can you put animation delay inside of animation? duration, easing function, delay. Okay. Okay, out of curiosity, overflow hidden. What happens if I do this? No, that's not it, huh? Uh, can I do the wrapping element? I think I can do the wrapping element. Let's try. No, I think we're going around. We're trying to make this happen in the wrong way because I'm also thinking that the hierarchy in this case doesn't really matter. I think I gave the wrong. I think I didn't, by not giving the right problem, the full problem definition to Gemini, we got bad suggestion, which might be correct in that context. It's just not the context that I mean. So I'm adding web web transition API animation to an image and a div. Let's say to a div and an image, an img. I want the div. I want to have the effect that the div zooms in when the transition towards the page containing the image happens. I'm currently using scale, an animation that changes scale. But that enlarges the whole div past its bounds, while I would like the zooming to be clipped or something like this. I don't know. Let's see. Clip. You want the content, the image within the div, to appear to zoom in, but the zooming effect should be contained within the original visual boundaries of the div. Yeah. Well, that it got that right. Yeah. So it still suggests the overflow hidden. And you want to meet the scale transformer of the image element inside the div, not the div itself. Okay, so this still suggests the same thing. I press the button and I'm getting the same exact result back. Dude? Okay, so thank you, Google. Great job. But okay. So overflow hidden. Contain paint. Position relative of views flex grid. Also, there is another problem in this whole mess. This thing is not an image. This is like a map, and those things behave weirdly. It might very well be that if it hadn't been a map, if it had been an image, maybe this would be working. But I don't know. You know what? Here's one thing that we can try. Let's do this. Put back the container. Overflow hidden. And now let's change width 200 pixels. Well, never mind. That fucking works. That works. No, I think Gemini is giving me wrong information though, because I think the problem is that the animation is designed to be something floating, like something that is not bound to the original element hierarchy. And I think I can prove this. I think I can prove this because we keep this around. We give map container. Okay, let's do the map container stuff. Let me test it. Okay, that works. So just to make sure, yeah, this does not work as expected. But if I were to do this, yeah, you see, this still happens. So maybe we should look into clip path. Okay, let's get rid of this for now, because we don't seem to be needing it. Stabilizing page state. You usually want to wait for the state of the page until the state of the page stabilizes. Ah, fuck off, dude. You and your JavaScript ass stuff. Um, okay, we want to look into clip path, right? Clip path. Takes in pixels, polygon with percentages, path, rect, XYWH. Jesus. Holy cow. Yeah. Oh, I actually used this in the past. Clip path. Hello, John Smith. Clip path. Let's try clip path content box and see what happens. Yeah, no. What if we do this? Does it accept percentages of some kind? Out of curiosity, what if we do? What if we set it to some value just to test it out? Like this. So we put it in the animation. XYWH. What is that one? Well, if I don't have, so if I have a, I suspect that you cannot clip statically. I suspect that your clipping has to be, I guess my point is that what I'm trying to do is have the clip counterbalance the zoom, if that makes sense. If I could do the clipping in statically, that would be nice because I do want a static clipping at the end of the day. But I don't know. Yeah, it's a silly solution because that's not what you would want to do, right? But I don't know if you can do the other thing. So I don't know. It seems that view. Maybe we should read more about the web transition API. Isolation, isolate. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't seem that we have anything in here. They have some. So here they're showing some stuff. But maybe what we want to do is just cannot happen. Okay, I would say that I've exhausted the energy that I have for this. So no weirdo transformations. Hey, Andrew. Just a map zoom in effect that would have been nice, but nothing fundamental. I think what we have here is already pretty cool, honestly. I'm thinking this block here should be reused in here as well. But now that you think about it, what if somebody wants to make it like imagine that you want to make an animation where you want the box to look the same, and then you have a sliding effect where the sliding effect shows that your thing moving to the side, but getting clipped by the border of this box. That's also another like normal effect that one would want to have reasonably. And I'm surprised that there's like no way of clipping these things as they should. Oh well. So like, let's turn these when and where into something nicer. Na, 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 na. So we went. Let's get rid of where even is the when and where stuff. Oh, here. Yeah, just get rid of it. Place event here. Hey, Gordon. I'm sorry. That's an Andrew stream, not mine. But I'm making a website for like basically meetups, Zig meetups that kind of work like the first day of Software You Can Love. The Software You Can Love that I've organized, the one that Matt organized didn't have it, but it's basically one day where you sit at tables, collaborate on stuff together. That's kind of the format, and I'm making a website for it. So let's let's style this thing. At this point, I might just want to put this into the general CSS thing. It's fine. Okay, we're missing some things though still. What are we missing? Better. Did we somehow forget to copy these as well? Yeah. Okay, we're just missing styling in the outer box. At this point though, maybe we should put this above the map. Would that make sense? I'm trying to think in terms of animation. Shit, what did I do? There's an if that doesn't work. Wait, what? Why did it work before then? Oh, it just never worked. Okay. Yeah, which makes sense. Uh, this is our page. Parent section title. Page. 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 There we go. Wait, why is the map still above? I thought I moved it. Yeah, putting the map below is not a bad idea. Let's move this stuff to the bottom temporarily because I just don't want to look at it. Maybe putting the map below is not a bad idea. Although we keep always something above. No, I think I want to keep the map above. Map above. This thing needs a box around. Oh no, it needs this styling. Okay. There we go. The button needs to be different. It needs to split into two buttons. Or none. How does it work actually? Well, because this button can't be here anymore. So this button has to go away, right? So this has to go away. Or it needs to be replaced by something else. One or the two. One of the two. Let's give it some margin. I wonder if we can do... I really want to try this out. Holy shit, it works. It works. That means that we can do the same also here. Check this out. And now this thing is centered. Okay. So now I think we want to look into the transition, right? We want the transition to be cool. This is cool. Let's make this transition cool as well. Haha, we have it. We have it. Okay, so I think we want to have this also here. But in this one, we do something different. So here, it's not going to be page link. It's going to be different. I think it's going to be like this, basically. I think we should also animate the header. And I'm thinking that we should embed this description here inside this box. Maybe. We'll see. Let's animate the map. So I'm gonna go to index because we did some smart stuff with sizing the map. There we go. I mean, just opacity is not super fancy as an animation. Yeah, but I don't know what to suggest. An alternative, so this is it, I guess. I was originally thinking of moving maybe the heading, like where it says Zig de Milano 0, up above the map, like embed the map in this thing. Yeah, I downloaded it. Why did he rename it? Son of a bitch. So I gave it the download attribute with a cool name, and then this stupid browser keeps renaming it no matter what. Oh man. I don't know why I keep clicking this thing. Okay, so here let's style this thing at the bottom. Instead of about this event, so since we already say about, here we should say something different, I think. It's a pretty decent animation though. I'll give them that. Nice. So how do we style this? Like, well, let's call it like maybe event notes. And then we give these things okay, this is creating a weird design that I didn't intend to have, but okay. I don't know. I'll take it, I guess. I don't know. Oh, I'm gonna glue everything together now. So I'm not saying that this is good design. I would argue that this is not good design, but there's something funny about it. There's something funny about it. I don't know. It's it's a thing. I don't know. Well, you know what? You could say that it's not particularly nice, but at the very least, it is iconic. I don't. I don't know. I'll keep it honestly. Oh, this thing should also. It's morphing weird. Also, we have some weirdness. Why are these pages misaligned? Oh, the scroll bar. Fuck the scroll bar. Oh, how do you always keep space for the scroll bar? I forget. Uh, scroll bar got their stable. And maybe we should also keep the scroll bar color. Why not? Okay. Now there's no jankiness anymore. Is there anything to gain by keeping the event nodes connected to the box this way? I think nothing, honestly. I'm gonna detach them. Yeah. I think we made a fun website. Okay. More styling. I'm gonna try it out on my phone now, just to see how it is. The mobile viewer thing. I just want to experience it, firsthand. Let's see. Zig.day. Okay, the map is maybe on mobile phones we can give it a like a taller aspect ratio. On mobile is yeah, I don't know, maybe it needs a bit more vertical space. Although it's annoying on mobile because it eats interactions like you can swipe. So you don't want to make it too big in any case. But okay. Yeah, okay. On mobile is I don't know. It is what it is. It's okay. It's not mind blowing though, I think. Mostly because there's like you don't see a lot. You don't see the full page. But you do see some of it. I would say this is good enough. I would say it's doable. Okay. I would say this design is consistent enough, structurally speaking. So um, people can use this and not go insane, I would say. Uh, that kind of closes for me these on mobile Europe slash Milano overflows can't see side. Europe slash Milano overflows. Where do you see that? What do you mean? Are you talking about this? You mean the top thing? You mean kind of like this? One thing that I'm noticing is that I wish the map would zoom. I wish the resizing. No, actually, I don't know what I wish resizing would do. Honestly, never mind. I take everything back. I think this is good enough. I think it's a decent first pass. Okay, so one thing that I can do is bring back some of this innovation to Zig.show. Because on Zig Show, we also would like to have a calendar. But we don't have that. I think we would like to change this to get notified. Also read past issues. Doesn't work anymore. Yep. So let's go do that very quickly. 10-minute adventure. Shouldn't take long. So this becomes get notified. Then newsletter as HTML doesn't have this button anymore because I don't have the archive anymore, and I don't want to have the archive anymore. Setting map image with a link to Google Maps. It's fine. Then also, you know what? While we're at this, startup Zine, test the stuff locally. We need to close the other Zine. Okay. Next, base. RSS and news. Oh, fuck. This thing is gonna annoy me forever. This needs to become get notified. You know what? I'm changing my mind. I think this should stay newsletter. This should stay RSS and newsletter. And then in the homepage, we link to the calendar. Okay, let's copy over the calendar template. Oh, this is going to be fun. The calendar, Zig show time. URL is going to be page link suffix. So which page is going to generate this stuff? This is going to be the events episodes. Sorry, the episodes page. So yes, episodes slash. Let's call it calendar ICS. Or alternatively, just call it calendar ICS every single day. Sorry, every single one. Yeah, you know what? Take out this CTX. Take out this closing CTX. Let's hardcode this to Zig show. Because in our case, it's only one. So we don't need to do anything convoluted for this. That works. Then for each sub page, it wants us to get the time zone. Wait a second. Also, I noticed something earlier. Holy shit. GoFMT not compatible with .SSD separator. Add support for ND. Oh, how did you do it? Huh. Okay. And this got fixed. And Rocker Rager is like on a roll. Um, did he implement the other one? Or I never opened an issue for it. Let's look at commits. Oh, I think this doesn't have. He didn't do the other one, I think. My company will pay me $25 an hour up to 20 hours to volunteer for a non-profit. The ZSF is in their approved list. Anyone know if contributing to the Zig Standard Library counts as volunteering to ZSF? Yep, totally. And I can make it official for you if you want. Nice. Okay, let's So Rocco Rager did some nice work. So we're totally pulling Zite next time we update Zine. For now, let's continue. So calendar ICS, subpages. In this case, it's not time zone, it's more like where. I think every single event has a where attribute. Oh, fuck. But we're kind of fucked here. That is so annoying because this is the one case. Okay, so I can't add this to Zig.show because here we need correct times and we can't produce those. Fuck. Yeah, we're locked. Until that feature is implemented by Rocco Rager or I hack together a override time zone function. There is just no way for us to do anything about it. There is just no way for us to do anything about it. Because for Zig Showtime, we absolutely need time zone correctness. We can't cheat by using floating times. So we're basically stuck on waiting on Rocco Rager to implement this one way or another. Okay, never mind. Zig.show stays where it is for now. So, what do we work on next then? Oof. Maybe I should get a team. Haven't got a team yet. Let's see, what time is it? 6:30. I could work on a blog post. Hmm. Um. Yeah, we can start working on a blog post for this. I think this might be fun. So I'm gonna leave this as is for now. So yeah, Zig.show is gonna need a moment to be updated. But Zig.day, in my opinion, looks pretty decent. Yeah, okay, so this is my plan. My plan is go get a cup of tea and then let's work on an announcement blog post for Zig.day. How is it working? How is Zig growing in the workplace? Sir Salus, qualify your question a little bit better. You're talking about the workplace. Which workplace are we talking about? Like, are you asking if in general Zig is being more adopted by companies? Are you asking how that's going? Is Zig seeing industry use? Okay. It's happening. It's happening slowly, but it is happening. So just to go over the basics in case you're not familiar with them, we have ban.sh. That's a pretty famous JavaScript runtime, or as they say, all-in-one toolkit written in Zig. Then we have Tiger Beetle. Tiger Beetle is a financial database, and I think Tiger Beetle is a extremely interesting project in many ways. Uh, they do interesting things in interesting ways. Let's just put it that way. So I think also the solution that they are offering is one that is kind of needed by society, honestly, at least based on my experience. So this is also very cool, and they chose Zig. So and both these companies are hiring Zig developers, or rather, Bun for sure. Tiger Beetle, I don't know if they are hiring as we speak right now, but they do employ a bunch of Zig developers. Then if we go to zigit.dev, that's a Zig forum. To be clear, this is not a forum written in Zig. This is a disk. What's it called? The discus. This disk something. So it's a normal forum that hosts a Zig forum, and there is a job category somewhere. I think maybe jobs, which is not very active. So as I said, happening but slowly. Somebody is looking for Zig engineers in Melbourne, Australia. This one I think is kind of interesting. So this is an American company called TV Scientific. They do TV advertising that performs, apparently. So they do ads. Honestly, not a delightful domain to be in, but such is life. And they do have Zig people working at that company, and I believe they are also hiring more Zig developers. TV Scientifics raises 25 millions in Series B funding. There we go. So they got a bunch of money, and now, no, sorry, I don't care about your customers. I clicked, kind of thinking that it was careers. I saw the C, and then it tricked me into clicking careers. Open roles. Let's see. Staff data, engineer. Let's see if they mention Zig. They don't mention Zig in this role. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe they don't even have open positions where they mention Zig. Maybe they never mentioned Zig. Oh, there we go. Systems programming experience in Zig. They do mention Zig. It was for senior machine learning engineer. Salary range $180,000 to $210,000. Holy fuck. Well, I guess you have to see how many of those are options. With all due respect to the TV Scientific people, but you have to know how many of those are options. That's a legitimate question to ask to any company that gives you options. To any company that gives you part of your salary in options. In any case, yeah. Well, so long story short, I don't know. It's happening a little bit by bit. Is this another TV Scientific thing? Yeah, it's still TV Scientific. Okay. So yeah. It says base, that should be salary without any grants options. Oh, really? Is that when they say base salary, is that how it works? Well, that's cool. Then I take everything back, and so you only have to gain on top of that number. Okay. Enough with emojis. It's kind of nice also that it's kind of like compacting itself in a sense. It's kind of cool. Okay. Let's see. Oh, TC, right. Total compensation is salary base plus bonuses plus grants, options, stock, other. Well, I mean, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. When something I want to click runs away from it, what is it that you want to click here? These are different pages, by the way. So like these are different buttons. Like you click see more details, and then after that you have to make a choice. Forgot your stream ping? Oh, I might have. Did I not ping? I might have not pinged anybody anywhere. Oh well. Yeah, I was switching tabs. The animation makes it smooth, but these are different pages. So it's basically transitions. So you are on the first page and like you transition to the Milan event, and you go from the map that shows different events to a banner that is specific to this event. And then if you click details, then you transition back to a map, but this time it's the map of where the event is. Oh God, I clicked. I shouldn't have clicked. I clicked and I shouldn't have clicked. And yeah, and then basically the box that gives you the when and where uh, also transitions, because it's like it's kind of the same element that you see in both pages, but the button changes. One moves you to the other page, and then it becomes add this event to your calendar. And yeah, that's it. Okay. So let me go get my tea. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. So, what are we doing? Uh, what are we doing? So, yeah, we were talking about writing a blog post for this, huh? So, no more Zig.show. Let's go to my personal blog. Let's update version of Zine because we are. Oof. Oof. Run locally. Let's add a new blog post. Having a Zig add command wouldn't be bad, but we'll get there. Yeah, announcing Zig.day. What I'm gonna say here. In a previous post, I talked about. Well, you know what? We can even do better. In Zig.day, a suggestion for better Zig meetups. Actually, it can be a sibling, so that's Zig-day unknown page. Training slash causing trouble? No. Is it not called Zig-day? Let's go online. Fuck. Oh, I know why. The problem is that blog is not a section on my personal website. I never made it a section, so it has to be like this. Yeah. I forgot. In Zig-day, a suggestion for better meetups, I talked about a meetup, about a full day collaborative programming meetup event format that I've been event format that I forget his surname. Francesco. And I guess I'm going to link to the event itself. Oh, what am I doing? I was linking to meetup.com, but maybe I shouldn't link to meetup.com. You know what? I'm going to delay this. What I want to say is that I also like I'm basically stretching the capabilities of a static site generator kind of to its limit, and that's also kind of an interesting thing that I want to talk about in this blog post, but I'm not sure how to phrase this. Okay, so as I was saying, talking about the collaborative programming event format that resembles the social hacking day and software you can love. For those who have been to one, in the next few weeks, we're finally going to host the first ever Zig Day, and I've taken the opportunity to create a website to host all future Zig Days, stretching the capabilities of static site generation close to their limit. Hmm. Okay, Andrew has just agreed to start a Portland Zig Day. Nice. Portland, Oregon. Okay, I guess it's time to add Andrew to the repo. Okay. I'm gonna make secret code. Okay, so we need to create Portland. Okay, let's pause the blog post writing and let's add Portland. Um, so content. Mm, God damn it. Oh, hey Giacomo, thank you for the raid. Okay. So hello everybody. Sorry Raiders, I didn't chat much right as you joined, but long story short, I'm making a website for Zig meetups and I'm adding Portland to it. So let's see, let's add it to layouts. I mean to index. Okay, so we have Portland, Oregon. We need to make a better temporary banner. Which shouldn't be hard, right? Pixelmator. New document. Width 800. Height 200. That's not a 3 to 1, is it? 3 to 1 is with let's do 900 and then height 300. That's a 3 to 1. Okay. Portland OR. How to increase the size of this thing? You know what? Fuck it. File, export, PNG. Content, USA, Portland, banner PNG, export, replace. There we go. Delightful. We don't need to keep it. Well, yeah, that's kind of it. For code owners, maybe I should wait before adding Mason because that's going to cause an error in code owners until he accepts. I'm just going to put Andrew in there, I guess, for now. Okay. So this is going to work. It's just going to be empty. The feed is also going to be empty. Nice. Okay. Then, sorry, I'm messaging Andrew telling him how to get this stuff done. Um, okay. So in theory, they're all set to be able to do this stuff self-service. Okay, so this is done. So we can close this, we can stop this, we can close this, we can go back to writing this stuff, the blog post, I mean. What's the eye color of C? 5545. Maybe this can be said in a better way. Let's see. Actually, I have smart links. Okay, no, here's the part that I'm forgetting. I should point out how the collaboration works. Um, I'm again jumping a little bit too forward. I should explain first that Z days are supposed to be organized by different individuals. Hmm. Five five four five. Yeah. And I need a permalink. Actually, do I really want a permalink? I take this back. I probably want to show the updated version. Actually. Okay, I think this is nice. I think I'm gonna wait a bit also for Andrew to personalize Portland a little bit. Right now, Portland doesn't look particularly good. Yeah. Okay, now there's one thing that I realized. There is one thing that I forgot to do, which is add the time here. We need to put the time here. Hey, Matt, death to the enemy. What's happening in there? Oh no, goodbye, Nix. Oh no, goodbye, Flake. You know also what? Uh, this Flake stuff that you have, it's kind of like turbo obsolete. I think that nowadays, if you want to have a Flake for your project, you need the one from CloudF. The one from CloudF, I believe, does heavy lifting, is updated. Um, yeah, without that one, I think you're kind of fucked. You know, just in case in the future you want to add back a non-obsolete Flake thing. Of course it hasn't. Why would it, right? Dude, I don't know. I'll say one thing though. You know what? In their defense, I have to say, it's kind of a crappy extension to the web. Honestly, we don't really need it. But yeah. We need to put the date. Sorry, we need to show the time. If we don't show the time, then what the heck? I think that the blog post is kind of it. We did write the blog post. Let me try to read it maybe, and then once, and then we can switch to adding the final touches to the other thing. Let's see. I talked about a full day collaborative programming event format that resembles the social hacking day at Software You Can Love for those who have been to one. Now that we're about to have the first Zig day happen here in Milan, more on this later, I've created Zig.day to host all future Zig days on a static website created with Zine where I abuse my templates. I abuse templates to offer syndication not only via RSS but also via iCalendar. If you're into static site tech, you'll love this blog post. So I'm there on Zig.day, but each Zig day is organized and owned by somebody else. I want organizers to be able to modify events they schedule for their own Zig day, but not to be able to modify the website arbitrarily or to clobber each other's changes. If you immediately thought of a Django backend using the admin panel as a quick and dirty CMS interface, or worse, some ungodly web of function as a service running amok in the cloud, think again. All you need is a code owner's file and fiddling with some GitHub settings. I think we can now take out the parentheses because you really need both things. If you enable branch protection on GitHub forcing collaborators to go through PRs to merge changes into the main branch. And you require code owner approval before merging a PR, also green CI. Ideally, then you will have a system where organizers can merge changes to their event in full autonomy without needing any backend, or you to be awake to merge their PRs. How's Nix going these days? Never got into it myself. Reproducible environment seems, Stack Infinity seems cool. I know there was some drama. Yeah. It's how unusable the tool is. Oh, come on, Matt. It's a skill issue. I have to be honest. I don't know how to use Nix either, for real. But it's kind of nice. It can be nice. You just have to trust the people that are into Nix, and that's it. In any case, let's see. If you, I'm gonna reread this section. If you enable branch protection on GitHub, forcing collaborators to go through PRs to merge changes into the main branch, and you require code owner's approval before merging a PR and also a green CI ideally, you know what? Let's omit this green CI. It's not interesting. People can figure it out on their own. Then you will have a system where organizers can merge changes to their event in full autonomy without needing any backend or you to be awake to merge their PRs. iCalendar. If you read RFC 5545 and related RFCs, you will learn that both individual calendar events and full-blown calendars that you can subscribe to are just text files. Full-blown calendars, let's put this in parentheses, you can subscribe to are just text files that you can template statically. It's kind of like RSS, but with worse syntax, but with the upside that the protocol supports updating events you have already published. In my case, I use a super HTML template to generate one of those bad boys for each Zig day. Whenever an organizer creates a new event, it automatically gets added to both the RSS feed and the current calendar specific to their Zig day. Here's the source. Fair warning, it's not pretty. One day I might create super calendar and make it nice. Email notifications, thanks to button down, and make it nice. Well, let's see. Thanks to button down, ping me if you want a referral code. I can send out emails to subscribe automatically based on the event RSS feed of each day. This means that an organizer only has to create an event to then get RSS, iCalendar, and even email notifications for free. And that they can do so independently using a system that is overall pretty straightforward, except for the iCal templates. Those suck. But I'm the only one that has to care. First ever Zig Day. The first ever Zig Day will be held in Milan in a couple of weeks from now. If you happen to be in the area, consider joining us. Here's the event page. If you're a bit too far away, maybe you could be interested in the Zig Day organized by Andrew and Mason in Portland, Oregon. And if it doesn't work for you either, then consider starting your own local Zig Day. Okay. Not bad. All right, I think basically I'm pretty much ready to publish this. Just waiting on Andrew to do its own thing. As I was saying, we need to add times. Let's add times. So close in here. Zig.day, Zig.day, Zig.day. So start Zine. And here we want to go. I don't remember how updated is the thing. So start from scratch, go into event.shtml, event.shtml. And then also location. Let's start with location. Starting with location.shtml, we definitely want to do a different date formatting. Yeah. So June 2, Monday, at I forget what was the time. 9 colon 06 a.m. No. Also, wait, wrong thing. That might be kind of correct. It's 9:30, so no, it's not 06. It was 15:03, wasn't it? So that would be 3. No, it cannot be 15:06. 15:04? Yeah. This ad is not nice. Yeah. It's kind of annoying that you can't do half an hour. God damn it. Oh well. Well, in the way that I designed it, you don't have a way of specifying that you want to add half an hour. That's it. It's entirely on me. Also, this AM is not being picked up at all. Really? Well, you know what? We're gonna be culturally insensitive for now, and we're just gonna do uh European style times, and then the Americans are gonna adapt to this. Hey, Rocker Rager. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. I forgot to announce it. I'm sorry. You're not the only one that pointed this out. I don't know what to say. I failed you. I failed you all. I'm sorry. Okay, we're gonna do it this way, and then Americans will have to adapt until we update Zide. Yeah. Not bad, I would say. Maybe... You know what? I think this, more than a clock, this should be a calendar symbol. And the clock should be like here. Maybe. Now watch. Okay, I was about to say watch the emoji thing. Fuck it up, but no. Do we really need like a calendar image? No, give me the spiral calendar. I'll take the spiral calendar. Yeah. I'm almost thinking that we should split this thing. I'm honestly almost thinking that we should split this thing like into two spans, and we say that the flex is space between. Or we add a row for the time. Nah, I think 2 rows is fine. Okay, let's do it this way. Holy shit. Really? There is so many fucking clocks. Jesus. So we don't do... One is just the date and it stops here, basically. The space gets absolutely ignored. Let's go space between. 10 pixels of gap. 20 pixels of gap? Why is the gap not being taken into account? Am I on the wrong page? Oh, font size is not being applied for some reason. Okay. Oh, it's the DD, not the DT. I'm fucking dumb. No, the space between is kind of dumb, I would argue. Maybe. Space around. That seems fine. Honestly, the clock emoji kind of sucks. Take it out. Huh? I would say not bad. It seems reasonable. We can even do something quirky where we we give this pan like some style. Like we can put another separator in here of some kind, but really, let's just see how it looks. But I don't think we need that. Oh shit! Yeah, no, we also have. Okay, we also have other problems. We're not gonna be able to do it this way. So we're not gonna do it. Period. Okay. That seems fine. Okay, let's update the other one also. It's unfortunate that I have to repeat this thing. It's so freaking annoying that I need to copy paste all the stupid CSS. But I did this to myself. That's exactly what's happening. Hmm. The fact that this isn't aligned with this is annoying. I kind of wish it was here. But then I don't want this to be pushed all the way to the right. And I guess I could put a arbitrary space in there, but also I don't know. Um, I think this is fine. Okay, let me see the RSS feed. The title is bad. Let's change the title of the RSS. We can do better now. Title. Let's just call it Zig Day and then whatever. Yeah, Zig Day Milano. Okay, the title thing is basically gonna be this. Yeah, this is so trash, man. There we go. Okay, that works. Okay. I think this is it. I think this is it for me. It's been a good day of web design, I guess. Depending on how good a day of web design can be. But yeah, we did it. We have a decent website. It's usable. Like people can use these. It's not perfect. I'm sure that people are gonna like hit small issues and stuff like that, but it's mostly fine. Andrew is gonna update Portland, Oregon in a bit, and yeah, it's gonna be nice. Okay.